Hey. Let's wait for people to arrive, actually,
Yes.
before we get into anything.
Probably a good idea. And we also use the time to check the...
I mean, usually those intro videos go for like 15 minutes or so. So when people arrive...
That's true.
I wonder, who do we have around here? Apparently, no one yet.
It's interesting, right?
Oh, that's right.
Oh. Hey, Fariza.
My son wanted to use the iPad, so he kind of came in and...
Ah, I see.
And for a second there, I was like checking I opened up Twitch TV and I was like, I kind of hear music. Do you have music on? And I was just thinking about that. And then at that same time, my son came in, and while I was telling him to be quiet, like somebody in the Twitch featured thing started talking. I was like, oh God, this is so loud. But yeah, where is my... I think I forgot to charge my iPad. Oh, that sucks. So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be heading over to Tokyo, which will be interesting. If there's any viewers in Tokyo, well, there probably isn't, but if there are, we can get lunch or something on Thursday. It'll be interesting going over there to do some NEC things, and that's pretty much it. So kind of looking forward to that. I don't go to Tokyo very often, like once every few months. And I take advantage of the fact that there's a variety of food in Tokyo, unlike Himeji where I'm at. So over here in Himeji, your choices are curry or, like lunch, right? You either have, you can have like McDonald's or Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is everywhere. And then you can have like curry, Japanese curry places, or you can have ramen or family restaurants, which is just like hamburger, steaks, and stuff. And that gets old after a while, and there's like the one Mexican place around me that is kind of okay, but it's just ridiculously expensive, like $25 or so for like a plate of tacos and a drink or something. So yeah, but I'm not sure what I'm going to eat over in Tokyo. But I always look forward to trying new things over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on making some ramen this evening. It's like I guess it's a cheat ramen because the broth is kind of... It's essentially just miso soup and dashi and some thinly sliced veggies and some meat and noodles, obviously.
Yeah. That's better than most of the time. Ramen I eat whenever I make ramen, it's like I have ramen and an egg and that's it.
Oh yeah, the egg. It's really important to have the egg. My wife loves like the soft-boiled egg and a bit of teriyaki sauce on that.
Yep. So let me quit. Probably for the health of the stream, I'll get rid of this BitTorrent client. I was downloading Rocky Linux to do some experiments with pass-through and Proxmox on the vector engine, and it almost works. But I did really want it so that I could switch between CentOS 7 and 8 by just restarting the virtual machine without having to restart the whole server, because I'm trying to use the system as like my workstation, and I want to have Linux things running that could be running in the background, and I can restart them. And I kind of share the GPU between one system and the other. Yeah. So anyway,
Teresa is asking whether we consider instant noodles to be ramen.
yes.
Yes, but you're kind of missing a lot if you just do the instant thing.
Yeah.
There's so much, like it's not really that much more effort. Okay, yes, it is more effort. But if you have like some fresh veggies around and stuff like that, going a bit further makes it a lot better.
Like in Japan, you can get like just like loose ramen noodles, and so it's like not at all any more, like it's the same 3 minutes, right? You just like put it in the boiling water 3 minutes, and you can actually have like non-instant noodles without having any extra work.
I mean, I get it's like a kilogram worth of ramen noodles, which again take the same 3 to 5 minutes of cooking time, and then but because it's kind of not all in one package, it's not really instant.
Yeah. But the thing that's amazing about those ramen noodles is that they're cheap. They're like dirt cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I paid like €3 for that kilogram of noodles, and that's really kind of expensive almost.
Yeah, people like I've been to the Nishin like museum. They have like a whole museum for instant noodles, and it's easy to forget like the point of the noodles is to make something cheap and affordable. Like so
yeah,
that, even in war-torn places, they can have quality food and things like that. That's like the main goal. So yeah.
I mean, as long as you could put some noodles into some soup, I guess it's kind of ramen. So yeah, don't get the expensive ones.
Yeah,
get
they're
the cheap and tasty ones.
Yeah, exactly. The cheaper ones can sometimes be a lot more tastier. But anyway, so while we wait for people to show up, we can also talk about I2Gen, which is like AutoGen, but with AI. And I open sourced it today. I've been working on it for about 2 days, so it's not like it's been something that's been brewing for a long time. But yeah, it's an interesting take. Essentially, I've seen things like LangChain and those other kind of prompting services, and I felt like there was a more Java way that you could do that. I'm not 100% sure if this is the best way, but it's like it feels natural to someone who's really used to like the Java enterprise kind of, you annotate things and then you have, you inject it into your class and use it, and you don't have to worry about creating it and keeping it alive or throwing it away, or like those kind of things are handled for you, so you can just focus on declaratively doing things. And with this, I think you can pretty much do that, and it's interesting. I think it's pretty like an interesting idea of how you can do this prompt stuff. So the short version of it is that you can have an interface where you annotate it with AI service, and you pick what OpenAI model or local model. I think later we'll have like a local DL4J thing, and then you can choose you can register a model in your that you want to use, and then it will just run locally instead of using OpenAI. But then you can annotate it with a context prompt on the class, which becomes like the thing that will be attached to all the following methods. And then you can have one or more prompts. And the interesting thing is that these strings are velocity templates. So if you, so you're able to like add, things like this, but you could also add, more things. You can do like if, and then have like some kind of, you can have some kind of like logic here. And yeah, Copilot kind of goes crazy with this stuff, but you get the point. Like you can add very interesting things. You have like a powerful templating language available to you, and you can inject all sorts of stuff. And but the basic is that you can have a prompt like, is this a question? And then you have the text, and then you can define some placeholders. Like for here, we have this is true, false, this is true, false, and this is true, false. But then this one, has a JSON that we want. But this is just the README, so this is not the real thing. This is the real thing. And in here, I've changed it because you do have to like fiddle around with the AI and to see if it works. But this one, it says you should only respond with valid JSON identifiers because it likes to say yes, no, and things like that. Such as, and then I give the alternatives, and then I said that it should respect capitalization because it did true with a capital T, and then that it shouldn't respond with any other text because if you didn't have that, it would say like, no, that isn't a question or something like that. And I kind of found that with, because we're using completion and not ChatGPT. So with completion, it makes it's a little bit easier for it to have the question at the end rather than the other way around. So I kind of made it given the text, whatever is the text a question, true, false is question. And then you don't need to do anything else, right? This is all you need. And yeah.
How come that, why don't you put them both into the same prompt?
Oh, you can. It's just like, I don't want to write new line. But you totally can. If you do something like that, it's equivalent. But you can have two like this, and that works fine. And
you could kind of handle multiple lines by giving it an array, I guess.
Yeah. I think so. Value is stuck at object. Maybe. I'll look into that. So it doesn't have to be just true and false or simple things like that, because you can do all sorts of things. So in here, I said, given the text, extract the contact info, leaving null for missing values. And then I've defined the alternatives up here, such as, and then it says valid JSON of the format, and then I give it an example JSON thing. Then I have extract contact info. Like that is super useful. And this is kind of where you can start implementing, like tools, right? So this is a tool that is end user, right? Like we are going to use this, but you can make a loop, right? That takes this prompt and has it output some JSON, and then use that output to run some code and get some results, and then you put it back into another prompt, for example. Yeah, I'm still working on the auto-wired stuff. That'll take like maybe another day. I just need to find out how to do it in Spring IntelliJ, or not IntelliJ, but Java EE. But in essence, it just calls this thing. I just need to register this factory bean properly. Then it will get your classifier service for you, and then you can say like classifier service is question, is appropriate for children, for example. That's like a hard one to implement in a like in a single function, right? And then the extract contact info says like, my name is John Doe, the email is that, contact me at whatever, and it parses it properly and extracts the email and all that jazz. So I can like pause it here and we can run the test real quick. Every time you run it, it costs money. So it's like, you gotta be careful. In fact, I have it defined using the most expensive model right now. And these things are so simple that it doesn't have to use the most expensive model. It could totally, deal with like the cheaper ones. So that's something you got to be kind of careful with. For example, we can look at res3, and yeah, John Doe, email, phone number, and it even added the +1. Like that's a weird thing, but yeah, it's that's why you absolutely have to test the crap out of these things, because you're like, you really don't know what it's going to say.
Another thing that you maybe want to have there is a configuration for the temperature. So sometimes you might want it to be rather deterministic, and sometimes you want it to be more random. And I guess for this kind of case, you want it to be as deterministic as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I was playing with the temperature over in the invocation handler here. And yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like I had an issue where the max tokens was too short, and that was the problem, and things like that. So these are two things, and there's a couple more that you definitely need to have. And I'm kind of thinking of where I want to put them. I'm guessing here. And max tokens and temperature does seem like it's something quite generic for everything. But if you have like a special model that needs special parameters, ideally you want to have something that can be, a scapegoat or something that allows you to insert anything for any other things. But yeah,
another thing that you can also do, and that would be pretty cool here, actually, when you ask it to produce something according to a specific Java interface, because you can.
Yeah.
And it does that. So I've seen the trick actually using TypeScript interface definitions or TypeScript object definitions, and it does that pretty well. But in principle, it wouldn't be even too hard to, just reference a proper Java interface, like in the annotation, or even pick that up from the actual return type.
Instead of define. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I was kind of thinking. Like how, like if we have like some basics that if there is no define, then we might add some things to the context prompt or something. Or if you don't define a context prompt, we might have some generic stuff like you should only respond with valid JSON, because that's, at the end of the day, we're passing the response to Jackson essentially. So it's kind of important that it does that. So I'm kind of thinking of like how far we can take this in a way that would be interesting. But one other fun idea, which is like nuts, is like auto implementation, where you just have the signature of the function, then you have like a description of what it should do, and then you let it do its thing. And ideally, the first time you call the function, we would call OpenAI, or even at build time, call AI, get the Fibonacci sequence generator or something like that. Then we can compile that into a class and then put it in there, and then you just YOLO your function definitions. But I didn't want to do that here, though it is an interesting kind of use case, because sometimes it can implement functions, and sometimes you just want a function that is tedious but otherwise simple, right? I think all the examples here are things that are not so they're not easy to just replace with a bunch of if statements. But if you had something that was like, I don't know, it's simple but long, it might be something that you just kind of get ChatGPT to implement for you, and then you just have some tests that verify that it's implemented correctly, or close enough for all intents and purposes, and then you just use it in production. But it's dangerous. You never know if it has, if Fu launched the missiles, it might have that in there somewhere. So yeah, I had that idea, but I decided to leave that out because that's probably not a good idea in most cases, type of thing. But anyway, this is interesting thing, and I kind of feel like, man, I kind of want to have some of these running like in a loop or something like that. Just like have a bunch, like a little loop that is calling these functions every once in a while with something and acting on it. It makes it kind of really simple to, I don't know, add a bunch of processing stuff in here. And I am thinking of how to best use the Velocity template language, because it has a lot of features and that could be very useful, I think. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I don't have any ideas of how it would be useful, but it might be. Oh, and then I also have other ideas of, we probably want to cache this stuff, right? So if you're asking the exact same text, you kind of expect the same answer anyway. So you probably want to have a configurable caching store, so it could cache the questions and the answers in the database so that you're not spending money all the time, and stuff like that. And I think that could be pretty good.
I'm kind of trying. I am playing with your prompt and my idea for this to use a Java interface definition, and it works pretty well.
Actually, you could probably give GPT-4 this example and then just tell it to make another class that does this, but it's like Inception kind of thing. And that, I would expect that to totally work. For sure. He's pretty good at implementing novel code and stuff like that. Yeah, so cool. Green checkboxes. And you can see in here, I have a debug print in here still. So you can see the prompt that it is. And then is the text appropriate for children? False. Yeah, and that was an interesting thing, because I also had before that is the text abusive, or what was it again? Abusive. Overly mean or abusive. That was what I originally had, and man, it doesn't think like you are an asshole is abusive.
It may be a statement of fact.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's not abusive if you're an asshole, right?
I've gotten a really interesting thing going there. I mean, I'm just playing with ChatGPT and kind of your prompt. Let me add this. Let me quickly show this. So I guess that is about a good size. So this is what I've got here. So hey, something, this, right? Even so I ask for that, and it produces JSON. I mean, it has like the get in here, which is a bit annoying, but I've asked for a JSON to satisfy this Java interface, and I guess it kind of does that. But the interesting thing here is I've added a comment. And now, come on, just now I did that correctly. Yeah, okay. Like in the first example where I tried it, it used like it did this correctly and it didn't have all of this other response text.
Interesting.
Maybe the gets are throwing it off.
Well, I think you could maybe also, it knows how Jackson works, so instead of Java interface, you could say as Jackson compatible, or yeah, JSON that is compatible with the Jackson representation of the following.
Oh, right. The problem was that I was playing with the prompts, right? So and I forgot to change it back to extract the contact information, because now it does that.
Yeah.
And if I change that in I live in Japan,
yeah, the temperature is a little too high, but
yeah.
Pearl.
Please note the phone number includes the international calling code. I think it does not include the correct one for Japan.
It does not, but that's not a valid Japanese phone number anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so it kind of +1 for example purposes only. But yeah, I mean, it kind of does this pretty well. I wonder whether it would do a more complex thing well. Like,
probably. The thing to be careful of is we have to build it with reflection, and one of the things I kind of read into is that by default parameter names are not included, and that was weird that wasn't by default by now. Like, I know they added that in Java 8, so I thought it would have it by now, but yeah, it's still optional. So you got to compile things correctly to be able to see it. But it is kind of smart. So if you say Japan and you give it something that's not a Japanese phone number, yeah.
How about that?
Well, that is pretty cool.
So there's even the nested formatting with that approach.
That's nice.
So yeah, we probably can do something about that. And
yeah, I think maybe there should be like a base template where it's like, or we have like a context thing, right? And return type or like JSON definition, and then finally the prompt. And if you...
Yeah, I think so. It works better for me by putting it like the original input up top, and then follow it up with the prompt. When I did it the other way around, it didn't do that well. And that's also GPT 3.5, so
I see.
It's not even the intelligent GPT.
Yeah.
I guess we could even, well, given that GPT 3.5 is available for everyone, kind of, you could even attach it to that.
Yeah. You totally could. Yeah, it is not a bad idea to have like I mean, we don't necessarily need to say that it's a Java interface, but it does make sense because then we don't have to like make mappings for this and that.
I mean, we could do something like...
Oh, that, and also what you're specified isn't valid Java because string is lowercase.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't care.
It's not a compiler. I wonder whether it will, now that I said that it's a Java bean, whether it will do something with that.
Yeah, seems to know what a bean looks like.
And that would then suggest that should also work. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it adds some other stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's because it's a chat GPT and not the completion.
Yeah. But yeah, I think by just tweaking that a little bit and giving it some of those additional informations, which we should be able to get from like interface specifications.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of implement your thing entirely in interfaces.
Yeah. And then it should work.
I wonder whether I could be like, let's make this. Oh, come on. Okay, yeah. That doesn't fit the.
The chat, it might still have access to your history, I guess, but if you change it to does it have contact information in the above text or something like that, Boolean. Or does the text above have contact information? Yeah.
Okay. And now we could.
The amount of like overkill this is kind of ridiculous, but
okay, and just ask again. And now we go with just to check whether it does the null thing. City, Japan. Well,
Japan's not a city, silly goose.
Yeah. Oh, I also didn't tell it to do the null thing, so it kind of tries hard.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, JSON has both, either don't specify it for nulls or add nulls for things that are not there. So I found saying that it should have nulls kind of worked out a little bit better.
Let's use an optional. Huh, interesting.
It's a little too smart or something.
Oh, no, it's still wrong. It's still wrong.
Yeah.
So also it okay, it kind of still thinks that Japan is city. Mm-hmm. And
is that forgotten the Java Bean interface?
Yeah, it has forgotten about the Java Bean interface too. But maybe because the outside thing wasn't.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's an interesting
the city may not be an accurate representation.
Actually, okay. Put it so that you add confidence on each one, like float confidence for name, float confidence for phone number, things like that.
Let's see how well it does with this.
That would be kind of crazy. Actually, yesterday I was watching Her, and man, it's a mind trip to watch Her right now.
I've never seen that actually.
It's interesting because he has the most GPT job ever. Like the human has.
So
It's 0.7. Okay, GPT. Oh man. I mean, it's less than 1, so you can use
And also, the interesting thing here is for me that I've introduced a generic type. Yet it just, yeah, sure, can do. And then I just did it for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, city, Japan, confidence, not that much.
Actually, if you add country and city, I think you'll probably get that right. Like it needs something. It kind of feels like it needs to put something there.
I mean, now it's getting quite complex in what it's supposed to be outputting.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
And it gets it completely right. So
that's actually a lot better than I would have guessed that it would do.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna include that in the test suite. So send that
Sure.
over so we can paste it into a test. And then we'll see, the difference between Chat GPT and the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, so I have inject tests. Maybe we call it another thing. I'll keep it in the same thing. Maybe another test. We'll make another test called the complex.
Honestly, I'm mind blown that has worked as well as it did just from kind of messing around.
Okay, so for this complex text, we'll need an interface called extractor. Right, and then this should have an AI service. I like how it thinks that there's an express AI provider, and there will be, I guess. Now. And so let's overkill this with the Vinci 003, then context prompt.
And why are you actually using that and not the chat interface?
The chat interface. I mean, I could use the chat interface.
Mostly because you could put that into the context prompt of the chat interface.
Yeah, but I have the feeling that this is more generic. I could be wrong.
I mean,
So
while
let's
you're
say-
doing that, I'm going to try it and see what happens.
Okay, so it's true that we can't really define text up here. I mean, I guess it could. That would work. We don't necessarily need a prompt in the thing. Let's say I do something like this, and then extract confident to left as null. Give your output as situation, and then what else did I have here that worked really well in the inject text? I think I had respect capitalization, not respond with any other text. Okay, so let's go to complex text, put that at the bottom here. Right. Okay. So we have something simple here, and then we have extract contact info. Give it a null prompt. And then this needs to be called text. And did I really need anything else? I don't think we defined anything, so should be all we need. And then if I copy this unit test definition here, contact info. And,
so it appears to work really well with the chat interface for me. But the only model that you can use in that case is then GPT 3.5 Turbo.
Yeah, and that's another thing. With the completion, you can go down to the smallest one, and I think that's actually kind of important for this particular use case, because you're not chatting with the thing, you're just classifying and stuff, and then you can bump it up if it's too dumb. Okay, so let's go to complex text, and then we have that extractor, right? And then I need to call this that. Okay. So instead of classifier server, to put extractor, right? And then we can call what that you said. Give the var input equals that. Maybe let's give it a 0901555555666, something like that. I think that's good. Then we say extract contact info and pass the input, and assert that in the res3 this is not a string, but it needs to be this stuff. I actually have to copy that out in here. Okay, so we have contact info, right? Or was it called result? I think it was called result. Okay. And we want to check that res got the ID behind res dot get value dot get name dot get value. Yeah, that's going to be really annoying, but that's our fault, not the library's fault. Let's just insert equals John Doe, lowercase, and then let's also kind of assert that the Copilot can't do emails. That's an interesting thing about it. Get location dot get city dot confidence is, we want to assert true, right? That confidence is less than 1.0. 0 and not exactly 1.0. What did I do wrong?
Not sure.
Inject test
duplicate class name. I guess it's you have something that has the same name.
Oh, I copied it twice.
Yeah, looks like it.
Weird. No, this is the right one. I copied it. Right. Okay, inject text and then classifier service. Okay, so let's build. And then let's run the complex text test. Okay, so what happened? Null pointer exception. Extractor. Null pointer exception. And it is, okay. Yeah, that's my fault. So we have to go, if is equal to null, is not equal to null, then we do this thing. There we go. Now, for sure it will run. Famous last words, but
Interesting. I'm playing around with this in the playground with the completion.
Mm-hmm.
Temperature at 0 and stuff like that. And for whatever reason, it's confidence in the it's like quite a high confidence now on the results. The wrong ones. It's like, for the country it has no confidence, but on like it's very confident that Japan is a city.
That's kind of weird. Undeclared throwable exception. What did it throw?
I guess it threw that it couldn't
cannot construct an instance. Because it's not there's no class, essentially. Yes. So we need a class.
Can it not produce a proxy for that?
Apparently not. Yeah, it's saying it can't construct an instance of result because there's no class with a default constructor or something like that.
So what is it using for the what is it using for the deserialization? Jackson?
Yeah.
Or
man, that's going to be annoying. Class confidence. Impl class location. Impl. It's not that annoying because we have the copilot. Okay. Now the problem is that it's going to be returning null, but that's like a problem, right? Can I make this a record?
Apparently, someone built a small thing that creates a proxy for it that can do that just on interfaces.
And then we need a private vote confidence, private p-value, and confidence value in full. I guess we don't need that. Then we need to return confidence, and we're going to return value. And then in location, we need to have private city, country, and then in here we need to have private name, phone number, email, and location. I'm pretty sure these things need to return the stuff. Could be wrong. And I think I forgot to do that here. City, country. Okay, so now if we run it, if it builds, there's probably a good chance it will run. Kind of wonder, like, what is the limit, like the practical limit of this thing? Okay.
Undeclared robo, unrecognized token result.
Where are those results? It's here.
Oh, it put it like yeah, that is something that it sometimes does, I guess. I mean, for me, it doesn't do that.
Satisfying beam interface. Let's say Jackson compatible. As a JSON object, literally. Yeah, if we do it that way, I have a feeling that'll work.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. Okay. What do I know? I'm just a dumb human. Okay, so the prompt looks good, and then it is giving us a thing, but result does not have an interface. I forgot we have result impl, which is a result.
Yeah, then you need to put a thing on it.
On here? Or we could just, I call this result. And get rid of the, so that we just
get rid of the interface.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I would probably still go with interfaces and then implement a Jackson module that can deserialize to interfaces. Mostly because it's kind of neat, I guess. But for now, that's
we have
fine.
Other things that we want to do today.
Yeah, we kind of wanted to do something different in the stream today. But, you know, playing with AI is fun.
Yes. Let's simplify these things. We have confidence value, right? That has a float and value. And you can get those. Right. Then we have a location, a city and a country. Not sure if we need the getters anymore, actually. But,
Yeah, we can probably get rid of the getters. Like, if I were to implement this, I would probably have just thrown some Lombok on it and...
yes. But I don't have Lombok on the class path, so...
I see.
Oh, there we go. Inject text, or in complex text. Okay. And then, what did I miss? Okay, and then we get rid of this contact information. But yeah, I think what you're saying holds. Like, we can totally reflect this interface based off of the class that it's returning.
Yeah, exactly.
And then put that into the standard template. That should work. That'd actually be kind of cool. And there's still so much to do here, right? Like, so the prompt is built, like the template is built every time we make a new velocity template, every time you call it. We don't save and cache the outputs or anything like that. There's still a lot of work to do. But now it has an unrecognized field value in result. Result has contact information, but we are supposed to have a value.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if only we can make this into like an IDE plugin that would just keep changing the code until it worked for you.
I mean, in principle, Copilot should be able to do that.
Yeah,
So again, unrecognized what?
Phone number. Because it's all lowercase. That's my fault. So I made it.
Just change it in the prompt.
No, I think in AI invocation handler I did something in here to. Yeah. Let's trust it that it can do the thing. Okay, now what's your issue? The issue is, oh, I can't spell. That's the issue between chair. Issue between chair and keyboard, of course. There was a line in her that was pretty good that applies to these kind of situations. Like, I can see why a natural intelligence such as yourself would want to like. It was some kind of like backhanded thing. But anyway, cool. That works. Now we have this is the prompt, and the result is specifically just the JSON. City confidence 0.0, country confidence 1.0. So it kind of gets it and understands that confidence should be 0, even null, even though we didn't specify how that's supposed to work. And that's the amazing part. That's the crazy amazing part. Cool.
Now all we need to do is to reflect the definition.
Yeah, and then add it in there. So we'd have to have like a. Maybe in the beginning there would be like given these types, right? And then we generate like the Java interface definition. But that can get kind of complicated because there's so many options in terms of what what Jackson.
In principle, what you want is to pick up all methods on a class or on an interface and follow that through until you get to follow that for, first of all, only getters.
Mm-hmm.
So something, only things that take no parameters, and only follow that through to the base types.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, you know what would be interesting is like, notice how these are all very similar. What if you could just do like, you know, Boolean is abusive or malicious. Yeah. And then that just works. That'd be kind of nuts, but totally doable. We can take the name, you know, and then just say, given the text, like, you know, that's the default. The text is like this, given the thing is, right, the text, and then take the rest of the thing and just add spaces between it. And that would totally work too.
Yeah, that is kind of like Spring's
JPA
data JPA, right? Where it uses the method name to define the query.
Yeah, maybe that's something we do a little later. Because that would be like nuts. That is nuts, but totally doable. Yeah.
I mean, even the extract something contains something is something. So there are kind of a lot of things that we could do there, especially because this thing like information that is not available should be left at null.
Yeah.
That would be the default for everything that's extract. We are also going to ask for a JSON object literal all the time.
Yeah.
I think we should probably keep the interface result with get value, and then replace the type of it, and then we generate all the things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, and that is pretty awesome. Then and then one last test case that I want to have is that does contain image of bird.
Right.
Once that is doable, then we're done. We can just like say goodbye. There's no need for programmers anymore. But there's no image. Was there an image classifier over at OpenAI things? I forget.
Just for everyone who isn't, for everyone who doesn't know the XKCD that we're talking about, I'm talking about this one. So when a user takes a photo, the app should check whether they're in national park and check whether it's a photo of the bird. And one thing is easy. The other thing used to be not as easy.
Yes.
And just only 9 years ago.
Yeah, that's
so I guess she got her research team in 5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And
then some. That's true. When you think about it, it's like researching 5 years. It's been 9 years, so yeah. Now it's trivial, or almost trivial. Exactly. It will be trivial soon.
The same way how it wasn't as easy to know where you are, but now you have GPS and GLONASS and Galileo and whatever. Like there are several competing systems of geolocation, and your phone probably has like at least 2 of them.
Yeah. So let's get back to circuits, shall we? Because I think we have a mission, and
yes,
the mission. I should probably get back on master. I should have done this before the thing. What did I do here?
You
added? Yeah, this is a bug fix that I don't know if we fixed in the thing, but like component doesn't define when true and when false. So if you don't define both of them in the graph, then those be known. So that's the bug fix that I probably want to keep. And then this for each component is another one that's really good. Okay, never mind. Oh shit. How do I cancel?
Don't check out.
No.
You tell it to not check out, and then you can stash that away. Or what do you want to do?
I just want to go back to where I was.
Yeah, don't check out. Then it won't do that.
I don't trust IntelliJ too much. I'm going to just copy that. Okay, so that's all still there. Okay, well, we'll just do it from whatever status I'm at. Is that a bad idea? It might be a really bad idea.
Then stash it.
Yeah. We have I have modified. Okay, so this is all stuff that I did in the last live stream, and I totally forgot to commit it. I guess where didn't do anything with the OCR or the auto GUI, and the for each and those kind of things are in there. This should probably be a branch. Let me create a new branch real quick. Add auto GUI. Okay. Sorry if you guys can hear my dog. My dog just barks all the time. There's nothing you can do about it.
He just wants attention.
Yes.
Just like cats, but louder.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Cats will, kill you, and then dogs just make noise.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I also want to add my changes here. UI test, no. Actually, let me just add all of XAI components because that's the main thing. Add XAI components. Status. Okay. XAI RPA is not tracked because that is a submodule. Yes, git restore stage. Okay, so we have UI test. What is UI test? Oh, right. Yeah, that was the other thing I was doing where, you just set multiple things that you can click on and stuff like that. So I don't want to do that. So it's UI test. Different thing. Okay, I have a problem. I have too many things that I have done, and they're not all supposed to be in this branch. So let me do that for it. Restore staged MQTT. And then XAI components, OCR, OpenAI, and Rabbit MQ, and Whisper. I think that should be anything. those are things that I do eventually want to submit, just not right now. I'm not sure what it is I changed in those. Add each components and auto DB. Okay, so now that that is there, I can now switch to master, probably without causing any issues. Okay, so today, since we're not just doing components, we're doing the, changing this in and of itself. I can't just pip install the latest circuits and go. So that means we'll have long build times and things like that. But first, what I want to do is just sketch out what I want to have. So let's do that. So there's a thing called Comfy UI, which is good, but it doesn't work the way I would like things to work. And it's not circuits, so it is limited. Essentially it'll work great if you're doing Stable Diffusion things, but you can't extend it very easily like you can with circuits. With circuits, you just create some Python files, now you can extend it. So you could, for example, have MQTT for whenever there's whenever somebody rings your doorbell, you grab that image or something, and then you send that over to Stable Diffusion and make it a really retro style thing. Then use OpenAI to create a different prompt and then print it out in a printer, and then out comes a printer, right? Like you can do that with circuits. Can't really do that with whatever they have in the Comfy UI thing. So I want to go, I'm not sure if I want to call this Stable Diffusion or like image generation. What do you think? Because
I would probably go with image generation because because Stable Diffusion or diffusion models are the king of the hill right now. I think we are going to see others like GigaGAN that are kind of, research papers have already been published that are already better than what the general public is using.
So we'll make image generation, and then let's make a new file. I always want to call it components, but that gets a little weird with the tabs. Image generation. Okay, so let's go and steal, something from the OpenAI components. I have a feeling I had a stable diffusion thing somewhere. Fusion? Be thinking, like imagining things, but I could have sworn I had Stable Diffusion thing in here.
I think you did. Didn't you play around with that in one of the earlier streams?
I was. Was it in OpenAI? It can't be.
No, it shouldn't be in OpenAI.
Yeah, we were doing it when we were doing the game one, right? Did I do it instead of
exactly.
Whisper? Yeah, this is just Whisper. And was it in the Streamlit? No, it's not in the Streamlit.
Did we? Like,
Did
I have
erase
a vague remember, like I very vaguely remember it. There is a pull request for it, or that there was a pull request for it.
Should
Let's see.
check that. Let's check the circuits thing.
So many pull requests lately.
Yes, there's a whole 2 pull requests. No, I must have put it here somewhere. Hold on. SD. Yes. Yeah, I guess I got to do it again. It's not the end of the world. Anyway, it wasn't really sufficient for what we want to do. But let me actually see if I have it in here. Import Diffusion. Is that what it's called? We have in the pip environment here. Diffusers, right? That's what it's called. Yeah, maybe I don't have it here, but that's crazy. We totally did a whole live stream making the stuff inside of other things. So I know it's in here somewhere, but
yeah,
I probably accidentally deleted it or something. But regardless, if we have XA components, I want to create something like save image. So the save image should take a image and a path, right? That's all it really needs.
Why does it suggest like the old style init stuff?
Because there's a lot of examples of old style init stuff in the repository.
Okay. Oh, didn't we clean that up yet?
I think we did clean up a lot of it, but there's maybe some in the old ones, like the learning. Yeah, things that are not in the repository but are in this in my notes.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, so execute will save the image and do we need to close plot? I don't think so. Whatever. So we do im save. That's one way of doing it. And I think if we go to the base components, there's an example of it here somewhere. I had something like this debug repr, where you can see I have this return string type of thing. So my idea is that we have something that has a doc string that gets interpreted by the front end.
Right.
And for save image, the thing that it needs to do is pretty simple. It just needs to add the image to the component. And I mean, we could also do that here, right? Like we could have like a template kind of doc string that works too. Or we could have a method. The reason for having the method, though, is there's 2 things we want to do. One is add HTML into the components. And then the other thing is to have like a dropdown.
Right.
Yeah. And so if we go look at the other one, right? So the other thing that would have a drop down would be like load using essentially using the same things that Comfy UI has. I don't like calling it checkpoint, but that's what they have. So just going with it. Then we'd have like model, which is stir, and what we want to be able to do is let's say we're also using this template syntax. And then we have a select, right? And then we have some options.
I'm wondering whether that could, in principle, be like a JSX kind of thing.
Yes, like so if we do JSX, we have to compile it, right? Because JSX is at runtime. We don't have JSX, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. And so we would have to like call the functions manually. So we have to like parse the XML, the HTML that we got, and then run that through.
There is a thing that will give that to us. Like we can have a runtime parser for that in the browser.
I mean, I know they're compiling with JavaScript anyway, so it should be possible to do. I don't think it would be impossible to interpret JSX. But I think we can do one step at a time. So
yeah.
So let's see. So we have a couple of options and these values, right? And I don't know. We can take it so that there's maybe we don't need ID. ID is probably a bad idea. We're going to have multiple components in the thing, so giving it an ID will mess up stuff. But we can give a name, and then we can have different values. So value 1. Actually, what are some Stable Diffusion things that are out there?
Oh, like infinite things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the automatic one kind of implements a lot of stuff. I'm not sure whether we can or even want to have that. The very basic one, I guess we would be looking at the diffusers library.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, like going with the diffusers library.
And
diffusers. Yeah,
I mean, there it's mostly selecting a model and getting things
like that, right? So man, there's so many.
Yes.
Whatever. So let's look at Runway ML. Is that even like the latest and greatest?
I have no idea, but what isn't. It's kind of moving quite fast.
Yeah.
I think GigaGAN is kind of the latest and greatest, but it isn't
Then they have like 3 Stable Diffusion 2s. Why do they have 3?
Because it's doing different things. You have the text-to-image generation, the text-guided image in-painting, the depth-to-image generation, and the text-guided super resolution.
Okay, and these are all things that you probably want to enable.
Yeah.
And then latent diffusion is a good one as well. And then control net is also really good. Okay, well, anyway, let's go with the simple thing. Let's say we have Runway ML. The value should be this. And then the option is that. And if I look at here, I think there's other versions. I was using like 2 something. Let's look what other things Runway ML has. Oh, they just have 1.5. Okay, and then let's do like 1.1, 1.2, and then this is comp viz stable diffusion 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Let's just do this, right? So we just because it is at the end of the day just an example.
Yeah.
So we have that, then do that, and then order this one. Okay, so given this, and I think we want to have selected or something. Given something like this, we want to throw this onto the component. And when someone selects something in the UI, then we want to include that thing, right? So the name. So this has to be unique. And if you don't do a good job here, then it'll overwrite maybe some other. Yeah, it has to be unique to the component, right? It would be added into the extras of the model, so that when we generate it, we can look into the extras to see if there's a literal defined in this way, or if the literal is defined in the other way. That's the idea there. And then for this one, it would be a simple image xrc equals, and then we kind of need to put path in here.
Do we want maybe a different way of doing this?
It'd be like this stuff.
So
extras.
no. What I'm thinking is the things that you want to sit at the inputs. Maybe we want to put that into maybe something like a dictionary or something, so that we can have like the template thing is how to render the node overall, or something to add to the node rendering, and the inputs itself are kind of in its own thing. They use the same JSX-ish syntax, but that would make it easier to know what goes where. And then it would be also just an that can be the entirely front-end thing.
That's a good point. So one other thing that we might want is that's like a good point. Like, this is kind of really complicated for what we want. So what if there was something simpler where I could have, like model options, and then I just have that and that and that, right? Then instead of that, I mean, we can't see it, but model options, or some way to link that this thing should have a drop down of model options, and we use that unless someone specifies something else.
Yes. That would require us to use a different library for parsing the code, but it would be possible.
Yeah. You could maybe do something where you have something like that, but
that changes the runtime behavior, whereas the annotation style could use, that is just annotation.
Yeah, that's not what I wanted. What ways? So we don't have access to the comments in the compiler, right?
As long as we use Python's native est library, no. But if we use the other one, I think it was called CST, yeah, libcst. It's an Instagram project, and that thing. Let me share it quickly. There it is, libcst. It's a concrete syntax tree parser, and that tries to keep things as pristine as possible, so it doesn't throw away anything, and that would allow us to also have access to comments and stuff like that. My main issue with doing it that way is that we make functional comments. It's like a structural poster. When wallpaper is structurally relevant to your house.
Yeah.
If we put it into the annotation, though, there we could make it.
Annotations here, right?
I mean, the at the XAI component annotation that we have there.
I know you totally put it in there.
I'm not entirely sure whether I have. So when creating the parser for it, I remember, vaguely, again, I have a very bad memory. I remember vaguely that we pass on the values that we collect that are set there.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we had things like color or so set in there, and apparently
we have color. Color is
picks up name, return type, and color. And color is optional, so we don't put everything. Oh no, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So let me share what I'm looking at. And so we had that. That's also maybe that isn't the best thing. I mean, color isn't the best thing to look at when we create this. What else are we putting in there? Because that is what we're sending to the server, right?
Right.
So we have the line information. We have package name, some additional things. Category, we're putting some variables in there. Also the doc string. But apparently we are not extracting anything. from the annotation anymore. I was quite sure that we would just include whatever we had there. I mean, oh, wait a second.
I thought we had
Output
color.
update with keywords. Right, there it is. So
anything.
whatever we put in there,
Mhm.
that goes into it. So if we want to have, do we use, I guess, value,
have options. There's a dictionary like that. And then, let's say load checkpoint model, and let's just, for example, say we have temperature or something like that.
Yeah.
And then, so we have model is model options, and then temperature is, I don't know, let's say we have like 0.0 to 1 to 0, something. We have something like this, then we would render a slider for this thing. And then if we have something that's a list, we would then render the thing. But given the way the compiler works, I'm not sure we can see the values unless we kind of recursively look through stuff. Because, you know, one option is doing this, then the other option is like calling some sort of function. And then, you know, the other option is having it, forcing people to do this. And then we can also have template. Okay, so this is not bad. I think that would be actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I think that makes it a lot better. And so let us so put something into the template just so we have something. And let's check the the results that we get there, as in what the parser produces and what is being sent to the Jupyter Lab server. Because I'm not entirely sure whether it will gracefully handle the dictionary just like that.
Okay. Let's start up circuits. First component failed.
Ticked up. Yes, exactly. That is what I'm talking about. The reason for this is pretty simple. The way how that is the way, or the things that we used it for were just very simple values, and there you can just call .value on it. Turning that, so it's not the self-path.value or anything in here. It's, as you've seen from the stack trace, it is from here. Let me again show my screen and explain what I'm talking about. I guess that is the right thing. So, can you see how it's getting value.value here?
Yeah.
That is what it is complaining about. There is no simple value on the dictionary. I think we may be able to do something about it here by letting it unparse that part. Because we are on, we are requiring a version that has unparsed now, don't we?
What is the version that requires unparse?
Or, I mean, at least we can get unparsed now in any case, because the compiler has this file. So we can, is it here? Yeah. Yeah? Also no. Right. So we can make this available in other places.
I see.
Because I think we support 3.8 at the moment. And 3.8 unfortunately doesn't expose it directly. But in any case, we can unparse it, and that produces the actual value, and then we could eval it and get, the dict.
Should be this one, right? That's circuits and components. Okay. So
Just putting an unparse around it would give us that. Also, not the kw value, just kw value.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
And then you would need to import that from Xircuits, compiler, generator, import, unparse.
Okay. So
I think that should be able to parse it then.
Ooh, that's the wrong thing I want to reload. But be careful. Dict has no attribute value.
You have also not restarted your Jupyter Lab server.
I see. That is important. And let's refresh here. There's another, it's essentially the same issue. Okay, because we are using the compiled version.
Right. I mean, if you're if you're not running that thing.
Yeah, uninstall circuits. Right.
So while we're doing this, Frieza has asked whether the TV brains method of doing things where they have node comments from JSONs, whether that would be useful. I've previously said that I'm not the biggest fan of how they did that explicitly there. I think that it would probably be easier or better to have the default documentation for a component be in its doc string, and then only introduce JSONs and things like that if we want to have it as translations or things like that. Because splitting things up into two different files will kind of very quickly turn things to the situation where, well, you're changing the code, but you're not updating the documentation, and because you're not updating the documentation, it is stale, and it is stale because it is in a different file. So, because you would have to work on two different places.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think having everything in one place, the place where you're working, makes a lot more sense.
And so ideally you want something like, isn't there like a specific format for Python args?
Yeah, Python has. So let me bring this up.
Python args.
And
Param, yes. So we do load checkpoint for model, param, model, param, temperature, right? Param, checkpoint, and load checkpoint, right? Like, boom. This is what it should be. And then when you
Yeah.
hover over that, it works. And not only that, I didn't have to write any of it because the freaking AI gets it. So, yeah.
And we can, so we do get that doc string in the ASC parser. And we can parse that to make it easier to work with.
Okay, cool. So good news is that it does not crash anymore. Let me bring a window over here. Cool. So opening this might, it has a bunch of components that I just removed, so probably don't want to have that open. Okay, so if I create a new circuits file and I put load checkpoint, you can have a checkpoint in here. And then if we save and compile, there's no errors.
Okay,
so that's good. First step.
Okay, so hit F12, bring up the DevTools.
That's the wrong DevTools. There we go.
And now click on the refresh button in the search field. No, not that one. Not that one.
Refresh button
on the left.
Oh, this one. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then let's see.
Okay, I think that one should be it. Yes. Let's take a look at the response. Or yeah, click the preview button. It's.
I'm trying to give myself some space. Oh god. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one. Okay, let's open up the components. We have a lot of them. What are we looking for? We're looking for the load checkpoint. Where is it? It should be a kind of. Oh no, that was load keras. Oh, it was just an array mouse. 88.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, open that on up.
There.
And we do have options here.
Mm-hmm. As a string.
Yes, as a string. That is actually expected from the way how we did that just now.
Yeah.
And we also should have template in there, which is also like a string in a string. That's exactly what I thought. Okay, we can go back to the parser because, well, by running unparse on it, we get, well, the string that represents the thing, right?
Right.
It's in the components file. So what we also want to do is we want to eval that string.
Okay. Do we want to eval a string? I guess.
Yes.
Having it as a
because
string
that will turn whatever is there into the Python representation of it. Now it's up above. Not that far. The line that we've just changed.
Yeah, I'm trying
Yeah.
to find it again.
You just scrolled over it. 171.
171. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Then
You want
after
to
that, eval.
yes. The necessary evil for this convenience.
Incredibly evil. Yeah, definitely don't open untrusted components, folks. You don't want to do that. For sure. Let's do this again. I need to get it to stop opening because it's opening in the wrong window every time. Let's do that. Lots of things. We're going to refresh. And we can see the components. And down here somewhere there should be load checkpoint. And options. Looks about the same. Do I need to reinstall the pip?
Uncaught exception. Wait a second. Is that something different?
There might be something different. Let's do this one more time. Yeah, I think it's different.
Okay, select the last one. Should still be number 88.
Yeah, it's still a string.
Okay, then you may need to rebuild it, reinstall it.
What was -E doing again? -E was...
Well, it's supposed to make it so that you don't have to do that all the time.
I didn't do it last time, so I think maybe we have to do -E. I opened up the fine documentation and I discovered there was a -E. And I forgot the -E. So let's do that. I kind of wish I could get PyCharm to understand what is a part of this project, because it kind of thinks nothing is.
Yeah. Why have you kind of marked it as not part of the project at some point?
Good question.
I mean, just go right-click it on the uppermost level. Mark as where is that? Wait, what? No, you're using the new UI. Is that the reason why it's not there? Yeah.
It's kind of like not
like
not
only extensions appears to be inside the project.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Look at that again. Okay, so now let's do the circuits. Okay, and open up Chrome and reload. It's so annoying. There we go. And there's a 404. I'm getting the components now. Why is that?
Come again?
Why can't be this, right? Like evaluating that should not cause a 404.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
We have a Safari window open, because it opens Safari anyway. And that's, so if we do the inspection here, we go to the network, click the button. We're getting 404 for some reason. Something started with 404. And why is that happening? It wasn't related to the eval. That change does not affect it. Maybe pip uninstall circuits. I'll do the pip install one more time. Build dependencies. Oh, interesting. Frieza mentions a good point. We have HTML rendering for comments already.
But that's kind of simple, I guess. Maybe? Because it's literally showing that.
And do we render the markdown on the front end side or on the back end side?
I mean, we can have it both ways, because then again, it's HTML. But I think it would be regular markdown. Yeah. I don't remember rendering anything on the server side, but it could also be done by someone else.
Okay, let's do this again. Get to the new tab. Okay, network fetch and then refresh. It's still 404. Why? What did I do? Oh, Jupyter Lab.
You may have maybe the pip install e thing doesn't work properly.
Oh man, if we have to pip install each time, it'll be all sorts of annoying.
Yes.
It's not exactly fast. Developer guide has a rebuild. But that is for the JavaScript, right? Or is that anything else? who knows? Maybe it's worth trying anyway. I thought it was only front-end related things, but I could be wrong. I'm not a Jupyter Lab expert. But it's true, I haven't, I've only done the thing, and I haven't done the Jupyter Lab extension develop, and I haven't enabled the server extension. Maybe it's because we have to enable the server extension. That's probably what it is. Okay, so now if we do circuits, okay, cool. So now we have it, and if we go to network and clear the things, press refresh, we can see components, and there's branch component, counter, doc string is in there, so that's good. I think I can search in here, right? So if we look for load checkpoint, variables, doc string options, yeah, model, temperature, 0, 1, template, still a string, but that's the way it should be. Cool. So I want to dock this in to the right. There we go. So now we need to take this and the template. I think first let's maybe tackle the, I guess they're in different places, huh? Let's tackle the front end, because this, like the template thing, mainly because this, I think now getting the value of this is good, but we also need to get the value that is in the model, and that's like front end stuff. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's find out where we can access template. We use docstring right here. So if we go to, oh, and that looked pretty cool. Okay, yeah, it doesn't know what param model or those things are.
Yeah.
And that would be perfect for having that there. Okay, anyway, let's go back here. So if I search for docstring,
you're going to get a lot of stuff
in the TSX
in places
files
that you don't care.
sidebar,
the advanced component lib is the one that you want. I mean, on the sidebar it doesn't make much of a difference.
There we go. Okay, so we have a custom node model that takes the line node, and then we can have template node data dot template, possibly.
Yeah, it should be that it's putting it directly on it.
Options node data dot. So now we have those things in our custom node model, and in here, let's go structure. Custom node model is here. Here we go. So we can serialize. But computer's very hot right now and slowing down. What else? Okay, so this is the model. But if we go to React diagrams, I need to restart my Mac or something. It's like opening tabs in the wrong place every single time. Okay. Maybe I should just switch to Windows. That could be a thing. So there is a demo that has more or less what we want, which was custom link label. Yeah, and this is the thing. So there was an edible label widget. Which
Yeah, what we want is a custom node.
Yes. So I want to find usages of this, but because it's not an actual project, that might not work very well. Though the props make sense. So if
you
it's
create
in
a
here,
custom node model, right? And if you scroll up, we have, I think, somewhere defined, we did define the custom node model as a thing.
Create, then we add those things in there, and then we return the node. So what calls this? Okay, circuit body widget. That's close enough. Okay. So if the node is undefined, then we get the current node. Add node, which is a general component library or an advanced component library.
So if you go to source components custom node model, you get it.
Oh. This thing, right?
Yeah, that is where this thing is being created.
But this is a model class, not this, which is a this is a custom node, essentially.
Yes. We should see something similar.
Aha.
So this is the model.
Yes. We have we need a factory.
And that is the custom node factory.
Yes.
And that creates a custom node widget.
Did we have a
custom node widget? It's all in the same directory.
Oh.
Yeah, you really need to tell it to that this is. Oh, I have an idea. Can you please?
Oh, project. There we go.
Yes.
Project files.
Project files.
There we go. Now I see everything. Okay, that's much better. So we got our custom node factory, which takes custom node widget, and this is what we're doing. And then this is our port. And then we have our state, right?
And it's interesting that it kind of has a few things that are, I guess, from someone doing an example thing or so. Because there's the image gallery items, which show some kind of...
Okay, so what is image gallery items? So there is a feature that so
But why
it
does
is,
it include preset
yeah,
pictures of landscapes?
yes. I didn't think they were preset pictures when I saw it. So the idea is that if you have a three-dimensional tensor, like an ND array, then it would interpret that, like this is the to-do, right? The task was interpret ND array outputs as images. So if I hover over the port in debug mode, I could see the image.
Yeah, I see.
And since I wasn't really checking the source code, but just what it looked like, it seemed like, okay, cool, we're done. We have the ND arrays are becoming images, but no, there's just some. Anyway, so let's go back here. We have render. This is old style component. So if we're a comment, we're a literal, and then if we're not start or finish, we are doing this thing. And I think where do we put this? We do this dot node dot
Template.
template. Can you do that?
No, you can't.
Okay, that would be nuts.
It's a bit different than that.
That would.
So if you want to accept insecure HTML, so if you want to not make things, it's
you YOLO everything on it.
What's its name? Yes. So you use whatever you have a div, for example, and you have to dangerously set inner HTML.
Okay. If this, then we need to dangerously set. Is that in?
Yeah, I've set you an example on Slack.
Okay. Okay, so what I want is this, and then question. How do we do this properly? In yeah, okay. And we can have a div or a span. Dangerously set inner HTML. The two important?
Yeah. So the two underscores HTML, it's just so you are aware of what you're doing.
I see. Okay, what is node? It's a default node model. Default node model.
Well, it isn't necessarily a default node model. It may be also one of our custom node models.
I see. Okay, so if we save, does it update? That's the question. I lost it anyway, so let's restart it. And did it crash, or is it working? Okay. It does appear to be working, but has it changed anything? I kind of doubt it. We need something more visible. I'll just do this. Refresh. Okay, so yeah, so probably not enough to do that. We need to do more stuff. It is lab extension develop, right? So I would do that. I guess we need to rebuild, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
So we need to build.
Hey, Freeman.
JLPM run watch. Right? Oh, okay. Template does not exist on default load model. I know. Okay, but it might be there.
You could use like has attribute or something. Because this is TSX with
let's see.
I think you can. You need to use get options because you put it into options, and then you have extras, and then you have things.
Extras. Then I can do template.
Yeah, maybe it's like that.
I was about to say, I thought it was something. Oh god, Freeman studied for the wrong exam. Yeah, that sucks when that happens. You know what happened to me? Go ahead.
Yeah, a friend of mine in university, he studied for the exam and had the date wrong, but in the wrong direction. So he was sitting there studying for the exam, and then some people came and were discussing the exam. Just, oh shit, I've missed the exam.
Yeah, that's happened to me. I remember. I mean, not just the exam. It was like the midterm. I was there going like.
Yeah, that was the that was the exam that got him kicked out.
Oh god. That probably is not a good exam to miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what's happened to me is I can't remember what was the class, but you know, it was like class is so easy, such a waste of time, and I'm hungry. So I go to the cafeteria or like the cafeteria thing, the Sodexo, and I just go and get some waffles. I'm there eating waffles and nothing, and that's what I did. Just skip that class because it was just an easy class. You show up the next week and they're like, you missed the midterm exam. And I'm like, oh shit. So I got a 0 in the midterm exam and I still passed the class because essentially I had like 100% on pretty much everything up until that. So it's like my scores like 100, 100, 100, like 98 something, you know. Sometimes I did like extras, I'd have like 100 something, 0, and then hundreds after that, and my average was still like a C or something. It was ridiculous. It was such a bullshit class. I can't even remember what it was about. Could not tell you. No clue. I just remember that I totally forgot to do that. Okay. Anyway, so back in reality, that is not. Okay, so that is not what I was expecting.
Let's put a breakpoint there just so we can see what we are actually working with.
Yeah. Let's put a breakpoint here. Error tooltip. Oh, am I looking at the wrong thing? I'm looking at the error tooltip. That's why. Okay, so Copy that out of there. I think what we want is this one.
Oh, you put it into...
Yeah, it was in the complete wrong thing. Okay, so let's try and use the structure. Okay, so this is the thing, right? And then there is the S node, S title. And then these things are tooltips and errors.
Yeah,
So
we probably want to put that before the tooltips and errors.
Yeah. So
can you... So S node,
S ports,
S ports, and there, yeah, before the, like after the ports, I guess.
Yeah.
For the end.
Okay, so what does that look like?
Okay, do we need to rebuild the
I put a watch
UI stuff? Yeah, that never works for me for some reason.
No, build.
I always restart this too.
Oh. Build that. Okay. Change for lab watch. It is running Webpack, so you would expect that it would work. Okay, so still same issue. So, yeah, still the same thing. It's connected stuff. I don't remember connecting anything. Okay, how about before we return, we just add a debugger here.
You could just go there in the DevTools. No need to rebuild, no need to do anything. Just put a breakpoint in the DevTools debugger.
Sources, and then
open up the sidebar. You should. Scripts.
Yeah,
why is it awful?
It's compiled. You know,
yes, but it has source maps.
Okay, let's do this in another browser that might work. Okay. New window. And Safari does have source maps too, in theory.
In theory.
Okay, so if we open up the DevTools, sources, it's about the same.
Okay, weird. Because I remember being able to use them, but I guess not.
Yes, we can't have nice things. It's probably like a weird kind of like production build config or something.
Scroll down to
circuits.
Yeah, circuits.
Source. Then it should be
components.
Custom node.
Custom node widget.
There we go.
Now let's have just inside the render function a breakpoint so we can interrogate our node. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the code that we wrote is not in here. Nor it is in the wrong location.
I mean, you could search for we.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there's no we's.
Yeah.
So the code is not being updated at all. That's an important step. Let's try this again. Gotta love Jupyter development. So riveting and fun. And intuitive.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to build. That should compile the thing, front end at least. Okay, so build runs lab extension build true. Now if I run circuits and open it up, and it's still not there, which is a little weird. But if we look at the scripts by path, static. That's all static stuff. Yeah. Okay. For source maps, we're going to have to do that in here. Okay, and this should have. This doesn't have our code. Again. Network. Stable cache shouldn't be necessary. Everything's like time-stamped and everything.
Yeah, so Frieza is asking whether you ran GLPM build and then Jupyter Lab build afterwards.
I didn't do the Jupyter Lab build. Why is Jupyter Lab build also necessary?
No idea.
Then, if that's the case, then this is the thing that should be like watching. There needs to be a way to do like Jupyter Lab build, but in a development mode. Okay, let's see. It's not looking promising, but maybe there's some hope. Okay, sources, circuits, source components, node widget, thing that we have open, which doesn't have anything. Why is this not getting updated? I have to pip uninstall. Now that should not work. And if I pip install -e current directory, that should hopefully do the things.
Hopefully.
So I'm thinking why I'm doing it is because I'm thinking it's loading this installed pip circuits. And we're building and all that stuff, but it doesn't matter because it's using the pip folder for all the stuff. And all these builds aren't getting into the pip. So that's why it's not updating. So it is running develop, so I'm not sure if that's supposed to affect anything or not.
I mean, it's doing something.
So the lab extension develop. I guess I mentioned before, you don't need to run this. You can just run JLPM build to do that.
Probably.
It doesn't hurt. Then JLPM build. And then Jupyter lab build. And maybe build is not what I want. I need Jupyter lab extension develop. Yeah, maybe it was the build that was the problem. But if I run develop overwrite, that might help. Then I'm going to try and use. Okay, cool. That's better. So we do see the thing here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So now I think at least we can play with it in the browser. So let's dock this. I think under we have the most amount of space. Okay, so here's the debugger in the return, and cool. Okay, so we're in here, and this has a state. Now, what was it that I was using again?
What are you looking for?
This props. Okay, this props node, then options.
Okay, so it's not in its extras, or is it? Okay, there are two extras. If you scroll up a little bit, there's this type of extras.
Yes. but it's not this one. It's in the options extras, which has the path and the type. We have the description, but we don't have the things that we added.
Why? Wait a second. But it did the we.
Yeah. So we are running the right code here.
Yes.
That's good. And this is.
Is it
rendering a lot?
Yeah. Every time you move the mouse, kind of. Why?
Okay, so here we should have template options.
Is the node data actually right? No, I mean, can you put a breakpoint into the advanced component library so that we can see what our props there are?
Yeah.
It should be, yeah.
So it's components. Advanced load library is in tray library. Okay, and let's go to this console, and then let's go here. And we're rendering. Rendering. Why is it stopping here? Okay, I want to stop doing that.
Yeah, you've got the debugger there.
Here. No, this is where I want, but is there no way to undo this debugger?
Yeah, that's why I don't like having it.
Yes. Okay, so let's refresh this. I'm going to drag another one. Okay, so in Advanced Component Library, we have node data, which is undefined.
Because we are not there yet. You need to do a step.
Oh, okay. I see. So node.
Okay.
So we have node data, which has options. Right.
And it has temperature.
Temperature and template.
I mean template. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there?
No data template.
Creating.
Can you?
Okay, and then we're setting this extras, the options extras, which should have the things.
Okay.
Yeah.
It should have the thing then.
And we add the ports. Okay, cool. So we know we are setting the stuff.
Now here. What node is this on?
Yeah. I gotta go back again. Oh, okay. I think what it was is just like this came from an older thing, essentially.
Ah.
But because it's an older thing, it doesn't have necessary stuff. Okay, but this does.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying.
Yeah. I guess it kind of makes sense. Because it's built the second you drag it in here, that's when we build it. So because we dragged something that's older, then it has empty nodes for those extras.
Yeah. But I mean, by it being annoying is that you can't easily create, a complex thing, and then you kind of need to. I guess it works if you click and say refresh all nodes or so.
Yeah. Let's give that a try.
Okay, so our we thing can go away, and we have something that does regular HTML there. And I think that's good enough to have at least like showing the image that you want to have.
Yeah. So we can go back here. So it's up to the person to know how to get that image, I think. Right?
Yes. The only problem is filling that value. And knowing when to fill that value.
Yeah. Well, it should be only when we run it. I think.
Yes. Only when you run it and when it becomes available. If you need to signal that somehow.
Signal, I think, is something we can do, but then how to do this? How do we provide stuff to this template? I think that's something we might need to look into the React docs for. Convert string to JSX.
Well, that will only set thing.
React HTML parser.
Well, that appears to not be maintained anymore. But he also had like the other thing that was maintained. There, like this is.
So React parser. I mean, it doesn't have to be React, right? Essentially, this can be us, right? Mustache. It's a mustache thing.
This could be a mustache thing, yeah.
Right. So
but when?
Yeah. Custom node widget. Need to make that. Yeah, let's hard code it for now. So do I have an image here?
Yeah, looks like you've got the login.png, the screenshot.png.
It's really big. Very small. Small is better than big, though. Okay, let's do OCR snap.png. Okay, so let's make this be specifically this thing. Now to show this thing in Jupyter Lab. To show this in Jupyter Lab, we need to do CR snap PNG. Performance graph is always so useless to me. CR snap.png. So the request is API contents OCR snap.png. If I had something else, TS, API contents SRC. Okay, so we have to put API/contents in front of that. That's fine. So /API/contents. And this is get. And then we'll deal with the timestamping thing later. Okay, and I think because we're in charge of this, we'll do this. And then in here, we will take this and then replace the string. So we want string replace. Do that real quick here. So if we have API contents foo replace, I guess maybe replace all foo with what was it again? OCR snap. PNG. Yeah, just hard code that for now. Place all path as snap.png. Okay. So if we have that, circuits, disable that. Delete this, refresh. Pretty sure it's not going to have it, but it wouldn't hurt to test. Okay, doesn't have it. So we're going to go here, kill, refresh, do lab extension develop. And LPM build. And if not, then we'll just pip install again and maybe do a bathroom break or something. Jupyter lab build. And one other thing we can do with the test is to introduce like a TypeScript error or something that shouldn't compile. And then see which step of the steps that we're doing fails because of that.
Right.
It needs to be Jupyter Lab build, guessing build development. Extension developer guide. So many words. But none.
Okay, so
None of the words that I want. Okay, so let's open this. Oh, good. Open that in here. Okay, so for image generation, load checkpoint. Not what we wanted, but interesting and close. This has updated, I hope. Description. So HTML, replace all. Okay, so that does make sense. So if we can find a way to get rid of this thing so that I can look into it. There was a target select, right? Okay, so we have test. Why do we have test? All right, save image is what I'm talking about. Yes. So if we don't do the stupid thing. Okay, so that's kind of good progress. Let's cancel that. Do F12 and see if that was like a post or something. That would suck if it was a post. Network. Let's save image.
I mean, it should be a get.
Yeah.
But it may be that you're missing something on the parameters. You have only the fetch requests open. So you probably want to have the others. Yes.
It is escaped. Not escaped. It has double quotes in it.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense. No, that's not double quotes. Can you copy and paste that? I think it is that you have a double curly braces with path there, and you're replacing only with one curly brace thing.
No, okay. Oh. Yes, possibly. Yes, that's exactly what it is. There we go. So let's do that again. Pretty sure JOPM build says that it runs that. Does a TSC. It does the compile, and then our lab build makes the production thing. So I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break.
Okay.
Keep everyone entertained. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I can try to do that. Yeah, while we are waiting for things to run there. I mean, I can also just comment on the chair stream. Yeah, so you can see Eduardo may need a new chair soon. But he likes the one he has. Let's see. And I'm also kind of in parallel trying to play around with some other models for inpainting in particular. And that is because, and I guess the way how download speeds are looking, I won't be able to show that before Eduardo returns from his quick break. So let's talk about comments that are coming in. Farisa says that Jupyter Notebook 7 looks to be a big update. 7? Was that like going towards like 4 or so? Yeah. Oh, it's Jupyter Notebook 7, not like it's Jupyter Lab 4 or so, where it's going to, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see what breaks. Okay, so let's refresh this. Delete that save image and add a new one. Okay, that is interesting. Because it seems like it's doing API content snap PNG a couple of times.
Right.
But the response is 200.
It also says something about 50 kilobytes of data. Content type, however, is apparently application JSON.
That's why it's not.
Do we have to specify the type or something, like a type file or something? When you open it up, I think it was setting that on the request parameters, or like the query string.
Type file.
Type file. Content equals 1. Format. I mean, okay. The base64 thing, I think we don't care, but do a right click on this request and open it in a new tab. Yeah. Okay, so that is for the fetch request. Can we do something along the lines of this? That's the issue. So we can't just reference that this way.
And this is rendering it with.
Yeah.
This. So we can do the same kind of thing. So we get essentially the result of this, right? Content. That's probably the wrong thing. Want OCR snap PNG. Okay, so that has a content, which is that. And then if we make that into a URL, then we can put that into the source.
Right.
Okay. So let's make that into a, let's actually make this whole thing into a function. So It's no longer as simple as I wanted it to be.
Yes.
But we can do render image. Then we take the template thing. We don't have to do this replace all. And this. And just create a little function.
Yeah, there's the render text, so we could put it right above that.
Render image. Then we need to take an image. So in here we're doing this thing. Whatever, we're not going to use it, we're just going to render first step. So we want to return are we doing any fetches around here? Anywhere inside of circuits? No. So first, or the first ones. So we can fetch API contents plus image path, which is just OCR snap.png. And we want to put content equals 1 and type equals file. And what else do we want? Format equals base64. Our result is await fetch. Okay. We take the data, and then the data has a content, and then the image is that. When we do that, we can return the image. Would it be happy with that, or does it need a string?
I think if you place the entire template there, so then that means you would need to have the image tag and everything around it. No. Okay, yeah, I see. You did that. I think it may need a string.
Let's try.
Because it's the dangerously HTML.
Yeah, it's HTML, so it's expecting a string. So we don't need to do this. We can just do var.
No, you could have you could use that same thing and produce like I think you can turn that to string.
Can you do that? Element create element p to string.
Yeah, it's outer HTML.
Outer HTML.
Uppercase HTML.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do build. and I didn't like that.
It didn't like. And render images apparently. Okay.
Render image needs to return string. We need to await it because it's async thing.
Does it need to be async?
It need to be async. It's not async. So it really should be async. Okay, then we fetch.
Ah, right, because of the fetch.
Yeah.
Right.
He can return a string with an ID. We can do this, right? Then we do image.id equals, and then we need a random.
Now that appears to be unnecessarily complex.
It's not that bad.
I mean, you could,
like,
we could handle it the same way how handle description is then.
Just a set
This
state.
thing, yeah, we could have like an image state for this. But it's
but then we need
all
like
kinds of it's like all kinds of bad.
Yeah. Let's see if it works at least. So we do that. We fetch. Then we get the data. And we do document dot element by ID. My image source is equal to that. And we return that. Actually, this then can be async, right? Oh, or yes, it can.
Does it really help us?
That's just because this JSON is a wait.
Ah, yeah.
Actually, no, we don't need to get the ID at all. We just use the image.
But the auto HTML then isn't going to work.
Okay. I also need to cast as image elements. I think that works.
I mean, that way is all kinds of bad in probably even a worse way than the state approach.
No, I mean,
because
go ahead.
When it redraws, it would re-fetch that image, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't a way that we should want that to work.
Okay, so it does work,
I mean,
but that's a problem.
that too.
And yeah, okay. So let's also look to see how many times is it redrawing this thing. Okay,
Just
so
move it around a bit.
yeah, so exactly like you said, every time we're calling render image every single time. So that's no good. Though that does mean we don't need to worry about like when do we want to render it. Okay, so let's go back here. We want to have some image source thing. The other thing that we could do is provide our own API for getting the contents of a file. That's not
Yes.
JSON.
We could. There probably is also an API for getting the contents of a file that is not JSON. Like, that seems to be something that...
This is not our server.
So if you want to look into ours, it's in the Xircuits folder. Yeah, handlers. And yeah, this one. No, but I mean, there should be, at least I guess, I think that there should be something that, like, in the base Jupyter Lab.
Lab, get content. API. I mean, there's no guarantee that it has that sort of API. Given that even when we're opening like things from the sidebar, it's not using them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Payload response. Yeah, it's a completely JSON API. So not exactly efficient, but consistent at least.
So what do we want to do there then?
We can create a file get. And then instead of self.finish, JSON dumps, right?
We could have just the file there.
Yeah.
But that is kind of on the compile handler right now. I guess you just want to try it out, or
Yeah. Like this is the file route handler, which is for getting stuff, right? So it's mainly a post, but it can also have a get, which we currently don't do anything with. So
okay, the handler name is kind of wrong, I guess. Because it is the compile handler. Its post is a.
You can just make it a circuits.
It compiles the thing.
Yeah. But whatever, because the API itself is /file something. So it's good Lord. Yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah. I'm just, no. Get argument.
Encoding, I don't think we want to encode that.
No.
RB. And then finish with read, but I think we need to set some headers or something.
We don't. It shouldn't really care about that.
Okay. And then how do we call this? This was file
/circuits /file. Currently it is, you need to check the init.
We don't want to get argument. I need to self.get URL or something like that.
I'm not sure whether it picks up like the everything else, but you could literally have like /path equals, and then it's fine.
Oh, is this a get argument too? Yeah, I guess we can try it. Okay, so this would be /circuits /file compile, then path equals path. And then in our custom node widget, we can remove render image. Then we take the props, node get options, take props, replace all path with OCR snap.image. And then we need to figure out when do we update that. That's kind of the problem. Okay, so if we remove that, then we go image generation, save image. It does work. Okay, so that is progress. And then we need to think of how you get these values in general.
I mean, in principle, we would want to get the part and kind of get the value that is there, but we can only do this with literals.
Yeah, I think literals,
or
but we want to save image, right? So we get this path.
What we want to get is actually like a resulting. So when our thing has run, right, we want to have an option to get the values of any parameters. You know what? What we actually want is to get the template after this thing has run. So kind of we want to request, we want to output this as part of the script output, or something like that. Because we kind of want to get the value from the component.
Yeah. But we also don't want to necessarily make it so that the Python files can't be run externally, right? So we can parse the output, or
I mean, we do have the Express AI annotation there. So that could, in principle, pick things up. You know,
I mean, it's also fine to, for now, limit this to literals. Because I mean, it could, what would we want to do? So, okay, so in terms of use cases, the image viewer is a main big one, right? And the image viewer, you know, if you have a component that generates a dynamic image file name and then you pass it along, that won't work, right? But if you have a save image thing, it's taking the image and it's going to save it to a file, then that input, yeah, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be a literal. You could also create a component that generates a unique file name. But
could we?
You know,
So
the limitation
what if
of it needs to be known by the browser means that the literal limitation isn't unreasonable, but it would be cool if it could do everything, like args.
Yeah, it would be nice. So what if, like, if we are running in the browser, we could, in principle, pick up on that and create like a special output file where all templates are filled in. So where the templates are just regular HTML. Then we pull that.
Yeah.
And show it.
not terrible. We run it, so we'd have a compiler option, or we take...
No, it is a runtime option. So we do have, on all of those components, we already have the XAI component annotation.
Right.
At the moment, this annotation does nothing. It is literally only metadata. In principle, it could check sysargs and do something if there is a produce, like fill in templates or something like that. Because compile and run is 2 steps, right? The first thing is compile, the second thing is run.
Right.
And in principle, we can know when it is done running, or we can poll for that file and just update as it updates while it is running.
Until it is done.
Yeah.
That is a probably good idea given the image pipeline thing, right? Like you might have one image that is updating, and then down the line there's others, and to be able to get that in process image is probably a good idea. Then we could even have like a sample image that's like showing things interactively. Can you do that? I don't think you can do that, because you have to wait for the component to finish.
We have to wait for the component to finish, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so to do the thing you're talking about,
we'd have to find where the XAI component annotation is.
Okay, so the XAI component, XAI component.
Yeah, there it is. You've scrolled over it.
There it is.
Line 39.
Okay. So we take...
At the moment, that is just like the code that is there is only there to support having components.
Right.
Or having just at express AI component and without it.
Okay, so if we have it, so if we're here, then we do have it. And see if it has a template. So if keyword args, I guess we have to check first. If template in keyword args, then we can find what ports are defined in there. Or we just render the template, right?
Yeah, so if it is in there, we want to not simply pass through.
Yeah, we need a different... okay, so pass and then false. We pass through. Okay.
So if it is there, we want to have a function, like, let's call it with template render. And we return f first. That makes it let's have just return f, so it's just a pass through for now. So we can have the other mechanical stuff around that. Yeah, return with template render. Now, we want to return a function, so where we have return f. So the function that we are going to return is
okay.
It's a bit mind-bending.
Yeah, this is a component. So we can add into it. Right? So I think maybe one of the simplest things would say that f dot template at return f. Okay. So if we have that, now the problem is downstream, how do you know which template is yours?
No, this is not the thing.
Because what I'm thinking is in. Okay, so let's look
you mean
at
if we have multiple?
Yeah. So what we can have here is that the branch component will have a template. So we can have a add argument, say render templates default false type bool. Then
yes,
we do our component. Then if args render templates, then we can take template out from component.
We have overwritten it already to be the next component, so we need to hold on to the template or to the original thing.
So our next component, we can just do in okay. Next, then if args got render templates and template in and has adder template, then let's say we have a render okay, we also need outputs, say template outputs dot JSON. Then we have like render. I guess we don't need to make it. Well, I mean, probably will make it a function, but it would be. So you take our template, then we want to take a next component dot.
Why?
Jinja? Yes, we do have Jinja. So the template can be Jinja.
I'm wondering why we are doing this here.
Not here, but like this is illustrating what the compiler would generate.
Why should the compiler generate that?
It needs to generate the code to fill in the templates because this is happening in another interpreter.
Could that be something that is actually done by the wrapping function that the annotation produces?
Yeah, I guess. That's easier to implement. Okay, so let's move this back to its original state. It doesn't matter, but anyway. So the main thing is how it knows. So if we're just doing things with sys.
Yeah, can you go back to the generated code for a second? Scroll up. We have the args in the context. The context is being passed to every component.
Yes.
And
it's not saved.
Okay, I mean,
we could
we are applying XAI component on the class level.
Yeah, there should be a base.
So that means that we can wrap the do method there. Or even execute or something.
Ah, yes. Okay, so here we have execute context.
Yeah, I mean, we can just essentially wrap it, either do or execute. And that would allow us to know when it starts, when it ends, and to have access to the context.
Okay. So,
and that means, so F is
class.
Actually our class, right?
Exactly.
So let's return CLS 13.
So we can replace execute with our own execute. Execute and render. And it should take self and a context. And it would do cls.execute self context. And then we take the template and format with self dict. Not a terrible idea. Ginger would be cooler, but not terrible. And then if you had something like this, so this is the result, right? We want to return the result, but have the rendered template.
I want to write that somewhere.
Yeah. With a name, right? But yeah, and then the main problem is which one. So we could have this be JSON, and this is write append, right? or this could just be like a txt file. And we write each template right
to a directory or so.
new line.
Oh yeah, we could also do JSON lines, right?
Yeah. Well, it'd be like it's either a JSON array where we have one line JSON, but these things are rendered as templates, right? So it would be like a text thing.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
the
I mean,
template might have multiple lines, so that can be a problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was thinking of JSON lines, because that
JSON dumps.
Yeah, that should produce a
string that's escaped.
Yes. The only problem with that then is that we have no idea what goes where.
Yeah, they don't know what they are.
And they don't know what they are going to be.
We could give them a name.
Yes. It's again kind of getting into the weeds of getting into the weeds of workarounds there. What could we do? Kind of want a one-to-one mapping. We do have IDs at the compiler level that are used inside the circuits files. Like if you open a random circuits file, you will see that we have IDs for the nodes.
Yeah. So we can do like this and then do c1.id equals
whatever, yeah. And that in turn means that we can, in principle, use that information in here.
Yeah, we can do a ID
self.id. And we could, in principle, get the file name from context args. I need to do the inner JSON dumps then, I think. Because now it's going to be just a string within there.
And you're saying about the file name? Like what?
And file name. So we could, from the context, we have access to args, right?
Right.
And we could, instead of having it a Boolean option, if it's enabled or disabled, it could instead be a file name that is being passed, like render templates to. And
template
It's not self.args, it's in context args.
Okay, yeah. Then render.
No, it's still context args. And now we can access it as if it's a regular args. So I think it doesn't need to be a dictionary. It can be a dot something.
Ah.
And now we insect width. Okay, so we still need to replace cls.execute. So we need to get a reference to the original execute. So maybe then we call original execute. Yes, and now we replace CLS execute with execute and render. And we also need an if to check whether there is a template at all. And we only do this. Oh no, yeah, we have that. We also only do this writing and filling in the template if there is that option set. Yeah. And I would also render template, like I would only render the template itself if that's set. Or we're not going to use it. Yes. That looks about right.
And that means that this we need to do path dot value.
Yes, I think so.
That is pretty cool because it's the same code that you would have here.
Yeah. Now, what we still need to do is provide the ID in the compiler.
Yes.
That is, that should be easy enough. So go to the compiler. It's again in the Xircuits directory. And it's actually the generator, yes. So as you go through this, let's see, are we using the ID somewhere already? Probably not. Go to
There's a few IDs. But is that the right ID or?
Node. That could be. Can you go to the node.py file? Just to double check. Okay, I'm wondering why all the the pass things there are, well, there. Anyway, it's the parser.py file then that we want to take a look at. Yeah, and we are looking at the place where we create our nodes. Yes, node with ID equals node ID, and the node ID is actually the ID value in the node. That's very good, I think.
Yeah.
So we do have that. That means in our generator, we can have move on up to, I guess, the definitions, where we have C1 equals something. So for node in component nodes, scroll down a little. No, this is already the argument links.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's exactly after here. Copy those 3 lines.
The code extend one?
Yes.
Yeah. IDs.
Oh, how it knows what you want to do.
Holy crap. It's like,
Wait, what? Yeah, no, that's what?
what in the world is this? Hold on a sec.
Yeah, we don't need to JSON dump that.
Yeah, we don't need that. But that's ridiculous.
Oh, I know why JSON dumps that. Because it's a string. So we need to put, now we need to put the quotes around it. No, not that.
I see.
In the template.
Well, that is smart.
I mean,
And
I would just put them into the template, but... Oh, but no, that is actually really smart. Because it doesn't know the format of the ID. So if there were quotes in there... But we do know the format of the ID, and we want it to break if it's something stupid.
sometimes it's like, fuck, that is just ridiculous. that it could know that and not listen to what we're talking about.
Yeah, right. Okay, so do we have everything now? Like at least on the execution side?
We need to call render template 2.
Yes.
And that is in...
I mean, we can try it for now with... Oh, no, let's go to generator. Because you want to add that into the arguments, right?
Yes.
Right. There should be... right, there it is. So...
and then we want render
template 2? Or was it templates?
Template, okay. Yeah. Okay, and then this is type spur, default none. Yeah, sure. And with the component templates, do a file.
Okay, we should be able to try that out. Like we should be able to try that out from a command line with just pip install.
Okay, so let's. And if we just we need something that has a template.
Did we do the pip install e thing or?
So far we haven't needed it.
Okay.
But anyway, so
I mean, because we've changed the server server side stuff. Like we didn't change the front end side, we changed the back end side just now. So that is where the pip install usually comes in. If it's -e, then it should be fine-ish, because it shouldn't need to update it. The -e thing usually links it into the virtual environment.
Yeah, so that is what I ran last time, but yeah, it doesn't hurt. Now we still need to pick up the templates, but we can at least see the file. And then
Exactly.
um,
I think we could, on seeing the file, we could end the stream because
yeah,
it is getting late. And it kind of gives us almost everything that we need. And then we can either pick it up on the next stream or have it done kind of nicely before then.
I was kind of hoping to be able to use this in the demo tomorrow, but or not in the presentation because I only have 5 minutes. But if someone wants to see more, I could show them something.
Ah, I see.
That's only because I always seem to prefer to have flashy things rather than basic things, and then completely fail at the basic stuff. Okay, so now the build is done. We can run circuits. That always happens, but we do have this, but this is old, so we'll get rid of that. Now, we load checkpoint, save image. And then if we put this here, that's going to try and do stuff. I'm going to pass. And then for this, we'll also pass. Do we want to pass?
You can't set the value? No. I guess we can't. Oh, do we need to? No, I guess we can just pass?
Yeah, I think we can just pass. It's in ARG.
Yeah.
And this template's always test. So it will render this, but it'll always say the same thing. Okay. And then, so let's reload, just in case. Save it and compile. We have the IDs. We have the render template too. Then if we run it, nothing should happen. Maybe it should work. Didn't break anything.
Yeah, shouldn't do anything, but we should have an untitled one file. And we want to look in this Python file now. Okay. The IDs are set. Let's run it from a console with render template too.
Okay, so we need to in the weirdest place. Okay, so
no, you're in the right place.
Yeah, it's like the weird folder that I have open.
Yeah.
Untitled 1.py render. Oh, it's Safari. It's not like okay, never mind. We'll just do it this way. Inside of here. XAI components, XAI RPA, right? That's where it was.
Examples, I think. Yeah.
In Python, untitled 1.py render template 2.
Oh, we didn't import JSON.
Yes, it's a very important thing.
Okay, let's look at our foo file. Path is none. Because I think we left it as none, didn't we?
Yes, that is true. So let's go back here. Let's refresh this. Refresh that, please. Okay.
That isn't even connected to.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, let's set a path.
Path to.
Spam and X.
We wanted. What was it called? It was,
we don't care. We want just any value for now.
Yeah, OCR snap. Cool. And we save. Compile it. And then
switch
here,
to the console. Remove foo.
It'll update, I think. Or no, it won't update.
Yeah, it's appending.
Yeah. That's actually something we should maybe think about.
Yeah, we probably want to clean it up, like when it's when we're first starting or something.
Yeah.
And render template 2 is set. Okay, that works. And that, I think, on that bombshell, we should end the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Something works for once.
Yeah. I mean, things always work. But yeah, with this now, the only thing that's left is to update this thing, which isn't too hard. We can read that file. We do have to kind of change this to set render template to, and then read that file, and then update the save image. But that's not too bad. It's something that we can do pretty quickly in the next week. Or, yeah, I think I'll probably be done with it by next week. Probably want to do this a little faster. But anyway, I think we're good to go with the stream. Thanks for everyone for watching and seeing what I think is going to be a very important part to like circuits, making it better. The other thing that we didn't really get to today was this the options and stuff like that. But I think rendering the options is also something that'll be simple and follows the same kind of thing. In the generator.
I think the hardest thing there will be to kind of differentiate if something should be a drop down, a slider, or anything.
Yeah.
But that could be literally just another dictionary here with like what it's supposed to be and the values.
I kind of wonder how far can you take that with a template?
Don't.
What does it look like? Okay, so if I have options,
you would have select with
select.
option and so on. But don't.
Select. There we go. So what does that look like? Okay. So there's another
your clicks aren't going.
My clicks are not going to go down into the thing. So that's a bigger problem. But we can solve that somehow.
Yeah, but I wouldn't use a template there.
Yeah.
Instead, providing a few useful things that are kind of used to that where we know that they're working, it's probably better.
Yeah. And it isn't ideal anyway, because
you can make it look
we want to render it here essentially, right? So
yeah, exactly.
So that's obvious.
If you want to make it possible to connect something into
Yeah.
it too.
So if it's connected, then the thing goes to from port. And if it's not connected, then you can choose one of the things.
Yeah.
So that's not something that we want to have everyone like write into the Python. So it does make sense to keep it more like this. But maybe this part will be the next stream, I think. Just being able to render things, like render the image. And then that also means that we can have like an inline debug, like a new debug component that just renders everything it's gotten in itself or something. That would be kind of cool. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, so I think that'll be all for this stream. And thanks for everyone who joined. And if anyone has any questions about this or the other things we talked about, just join us in the ExpressAI Discord. We're always there. And happy to help anyone try our stuff. Yeah, I think we'll see everyone next week.
Right. So
thanks everyone.
From me also, thanks for watching, and we see you then.
Okay. See you guys. Bye.
Bye bye.